Hello and welcome to our Chill Sunday stream. In Austin, Texas, it is 63 degrees Fahrenheit. We're having a bit of rain today. Not a lot, a little bit of a drizzle, but it could pick up into the afternoon or it could go away. I'm no meteorologist, so I don't actually know. Today we're going to be playing some Euro Truck Simulator 2. We neglected it last Sunday. Apologies for that. But Sundays are always going to be the chill stream days. So I can't always guarantee that it's going to be Truck Sim. It could change in the future, who knows? But I appreciate anybody who's dropping in now or in the future. I appreciate all the love and support. We're going to be starting here very shortly. Don't worry about it. Just got a surprise message from a very close family member, so I'm responding a bit to that, but we're going to be jumping in here very shortly. So don't go anywhere. Sorry about the delay. It's not every day that this beloved family member sends me messages, so I had to shoot them a response. He's like one of those family members that you sometimes, admittedly, I kind of forget him because he's not always in my day to day, but whenever I do actually think about him, think about how much I care about him and hope the best for him. And how it'd make me sad if something bad happened to him. So he was there for me when I went through like a really terrible a panic attack, I guess. About to cry on stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh my goodness. And if you're watching this in the future, you probably skipped that. But to those of you who didn't, props to you. Props to you for sticking around and listening. In the future, when this is a YouTube video, let me know. Let me know that you actually heard this part. I'd love to see those comments if anybody actually pays attention to the pre-stream. So, hello and welcome. I've already done the weather cast for this Sunday, January 24th. I still have yet to make public all the YouTube videos. They're all uploaded. They're just, they're not public yet. Man, we've been live for 17 minutes. Let me bring up some things. Gonna bring up Stream Manager. Gotta also bring up. No, that's not the. You don't want to see how many mobile games I have. You don't want to see it. There we go. Alrighty. Man, I do talk like an old man. Okay. Let's get the game going. We're gonna open up on this settings screen. Yeah, because I had to change a few things. Let's see, what's the Hauling Hope event? Hold on, virtual truckers of the world. We're still enduring hard times. So as the world continues to battle COVID-19, we're inviting you to take part in personally delivering these vaccines across any and all trucking territories in the World of Trucks Hauling Hope event. Okay, I guess we're doing that. I guess that's what we're doing. I think I disabled that. Hold on. Uh-oh. Yeah, SCS, if you can address that. If you can address that pressing cancel can, like, crash the game, that'd be super. Wow. Did you know that 2 teaspoons of sugar fit really well inside a shot glass? Yes, I have a shot glass. Do I seem like the kind of person who's drank before? Because I have drank before. But generally, I use these shot glasses not for drinks. I don't ever end up using them for drinks. Okay, let's make sure. Let's see. I want to make sure that my stream is displaying correctly, but I don't want the audio to come through because that'll blast right to the mic. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, okay, we look good. Looking good. Okay, back to Stream Manager. There we go. Alright, so serious business then, I suppose. There we go. Alright. Honestly, don't know when this controller is going to die. I have the batteries that came stock with it, but it seems to have some real longevity. Yeah, we'll load that. See, we are no longer playing with the Frosty mod. Rest in peace. Oh, you know what I haven't changed? I tried to change it before, change the right stuff before stream, but I actually forgot this. I need to... Hold on, I need to change... Updating navigation data. Yeah, see, okay, now we're gonna be doing this event. There's always an event going on. SCS, I love you. I love you so much. So, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go into options. Gameplay, I think. Where is rain probability? Yeah. Yeah, so it's like a 1 out of 4 chance of it raining is kind of what I like to go with. I hope you're having a wonderful day today, everybody. Let me just check the audio and make sure that's running correctly. Just want to make sure that's running correctly. Cool. Cool beans. There we go. All right, we got ourselves our fancy truck, and I guess we're gonna be taking more contracts. Let me double check where the heck I am. As per usual, I got myself my black tea. And of course, it's raining, but the snow is gone. The snow, she hath left us. Okay, so we are actually doing pretty good on... Oh, do I still have that mod going? I might still have that mod going, it's a GPS mod. Although I'm not sure. There's a GPS mod that helps you like keep track of what roads you've discovered and what ones you haven't. Yeah, okay, I think currently it's going. I think the red ones are actually roads we have not discovered. Which is kind of interesting. Kind of interesting to have that whole, see how much we don't have. Is there a goal to reach with these? Gotta love rainy weather here. So we're gonna go F3, F3, and we're gonna play Au Natural, like we're actually in the truck. Change the HUD. Let's read out our gas to us, and we're off. Hey, yeah, you better watch it, bud. Bucko. So, I guess in recent news, the Resident Evil, was it 8? The Resident Evil 8 or Resident Evil Village, whatever you feel like calling it. The demo for that has dropped, but it's only dropped on, it's only dropped, if I can, oh boy, oh, we're gonna smack the sign. We're gonna smack the sign. Could we take it down? No, we gotta back up a little bit. Oh, that's physically not possible. Okay. It's only on, is it only on PlayStation 5 or it's only for Sony? Because, like, I haven't gotten a next-gen console, so I'm not really feeling the next-gen buzz like one would normally have. If this channel grows to a point where I actually make money off of it, that's stuff that, you know, is in the future. You know, things like different consoles and everything. I do want to do a wide variety of stuff. Not like most streamers who call themselves variety or that get classified as variety and they just play like 3 games. They play like Among Us, Dead by Daylight, and like Rocket League. Chances are you've seen one of them. It's not that I have like any problem with anybody who does that kind of content. That's just not the kind of content that I want to do. And I wouldn't necessarily call that variety. Right now, I don't even feel like I'm doing variety. I honestly want to be doing something new every single week, but sometimes that takes money. The indie scene used to always be full of free games, and I think that kind of affected people's like interpretation of the value of indie games or smaller titles. So maybe it's a better thing that they cost money now. That's for sure. But it does make it a smidge more difficult for me to kind of keep up with any of the new cool stuff that I want to get into. Guys, there is a shoulder to the road. As I've said before, there is a Patreon that you can support. But even if you can't support monetarily, that's fine. I am streaming every single day. And so the best thing you can do is watch or share around these streams or my archives. If there comes a point in the future where anybody wants to make highlights, I am perfectly fine with that. Go and do it. Right now, I can only benefit from that. And I'd love to see what kind of cool edits people could do. Yeah, I don't know how to use any editing software other than Adobe Premiere. And that is definitely something I want to get back into, but oh man, stuff costs money to produce the level of quality that I want, to put the level of effort into this that I want. It's time and money, but especially money, but especially that time requirement ends up cutting a bit into how much I'm able to, because like if the moment comes when I can finally get another job, and I'm really heavily looking for remote work. I don't know if anybody would ever take a chance on me and get me Adobe Premiere. But I would love that opportunity to sort of prove myself, show that I can, that I can work and I can do something well, if only just given time. I produce quality. When I make things, they're pretty good. If I could toot my own horn, even some of the old edits that I did for my old channel, I'd say they were pretty good. I even learned how to move stuff around and make things kind of animate. And that was one of the last things that I did, and I think I'd have to relearn that. But I was constantly learning more and more and more and getting better at the stuff that I already knew. I just need somebody who'd be willing to take a chance on me. What else? Is there anything else in gaming news? Oh, yeah! Okay, so I talked about this on the Discord. Yeah, I just remembered. Rest in peace, Vicarious Visions. I'm actually genuinely upset about this. So I've played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. It's the remake. I've played them on the channel. And they are absolutely, it is an absolutely phenomenal game. Absolutely phenomenal. They did such an amazing job. And they had done a fantastic job on the other stuff that they worked on as well. They worked on the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy. I'd not played that, but I saw... I've seen gameplay of it, and I've heard the praise about it. They did an excellent job on that as well. Phenomenal. A lot of really talented people there who are able to take a creative spin on old things that are just as loyal to the original source material. And now, they're going to only be making Blizzard titles. So bring out your bagpipes. Play Amazing Grace. Not Amazing Grace, hold on. Just a funeral dirge. They're dead. The thing you never hear about when decisions like this get made, how many of their employees will leave in the next year? How many people are they going to lose? Because they were people who seemed to be excited to bring something old into a modern context, to modernize it and make it accessible. For Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, it was bringing that old gameplay up to, a visual standard. A lot of the gameplay that they brought over was the same, but they brought it up to date. They did an absolute great job with the game, and they were loyal, even to a fault, to how the game worked. Then Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, you cannot trust Activision. You can't trust Activision with anything. They break anything, or they absorb anything, or they squander anything that they have. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 was a phenomenal, amazing recreation. Nay, not even just a recreation. It was a new game. A lot of the original DNA was there. A lot of the original challenges, a lot of the original just game in general was there. Fantastic. But they also, like I said, they bring it into sort of a modern era. They had challenges that were never in the original game. They gave the game life. They more clothing customization. more skateboard designs. The best Tony Hawk level editor that I have ever seen in my life. They did such a great job. And just like with Neversoft back in the day, they dissolved them. They're pretty much dissolving them. Vicarious Visions doesn't exist anymore. They're just more Blizzard. And I'm curious to see in 5 years when we hear about another company from people who used to work at Activision and also used to work in Vicarious Visions that are now making games in a new company. And I hope that whatever they work on next, they don't work with Activision. And Tony Hawk needs to stop lending his name to Activision. Because every time someone you can trust handles the Tony Hawk video game IP, like anytime that you could trust to every time that somebody you could trust with it is working on it, Activision burns them. I don't know why. Neversoft were the original developers who worked on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. They worked on it until, I think, Wasteland on PS2. Tony Hawk's American Wasteland. I might be wrong. I think there might have been like a Proving Ground, maybe? But then they killed them off. And then they tried to give it off to Robomoto. And Robomoto had no idea what they were doing. And so they got burnt just because they didn't really put a lot of effort into it. And Tony Hawk, I think it was, had crazy ideas on, like, peripherals. You know, there were the plastic peripherals. There used to be, there was, like, the Guitar Hero guitars. They wanted to have a plastic, peripheral that was, like, a skateboard. And it was a total flop with Tony Hawk Ride, and that was Robomoto. And Robomoto also made the poorly received but kind of okay Tony Hawk's Pro Skater HD. And they did okay on that. Like, it wasn't, like, amazing. It didn't really set itself apart. But it was, to me, it was good enough for the time being. I also, like, I'd moved on to PC gaming, so actually being able to play Tony Hawk on my computer was nice. I know that Tony Hawk's Underground 2, which is the one I grew up with on PS2, that one is available and has a whole community around it. But I kind of missed that boat. Man, I have this tea taunting me in front of me as I talk more and more. Where's my water? I didn't bring my water anywhere. I don't have my water with me. Water. Yeah, so I was genuinely upset to hear the news. Because, like, we had a good thing, Activision. You had a good thing. Vicarious Visions. You had a good thing. Now, this is why you never, ever work with Activision. Never work with Activision, because they will burn you. Unless you make a huge amount of money and you're willing to do the same thing over and over and over. Your unique studio that's doing cool things will get dissolved. I reckon if Call of Duty ever stops being, like, hugely profitable, they will not was it Infinity Ward, Treyarch, and I think they've got a third one. I forget what it is, though. They're all going to get burned. They're all going to get burned. The moment they stop producing the level of profit that Activision wants, like, it's over. And that's sad. That is so sad to see. So, I mean, like, I don't dislike Call of Duty. It's kind of like same stuff, different day. Doesn't really wow me anymore. I remember enjoying some of it when I was a kid, but it was mostly when I was playing with my brother. It's just really sad. I'm just really sad. Because I was so hyped for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. And then it came out and it blew through my expectations. Absolutely eviscerated them. And I was delighted. It blew my mind. Still blows my mind. I am not amazing at that game, right? You guys have seen me play it. But it is still such a good game. They did such a good job. Because, like, I was used to playing Tony Hawk's Underground 2. And I developed so much muscle memory playing that game. And playing THPS 1 and 2 by Vicarious Visions. It all came back. Every little twitch reflex, every little thing that I developed over time, even the little habits that I had that would get me to lose a combo. Everything came back. It was such a loyal revisit, and that's why I say it was essentially a new game, because the older game's physics, they were kind of off. They really nailed it on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. And up till Wasteland, they had the physics. Just the skating games were just phenomenal. I keep using the word phenomenal, but it really was. And that was that was Neversoft. They had perfected how it worked. And they took these old maps and pretty much gave us the new physics. Absolutely awesome. And I am so saddened. It's like you find out that somebody whose work you have cherished has come down with some horrible disease, or someone very dear to you has passed. And it's kind of weird to compare it to that, but I can't really compare it to anything else. I was so excited for whatever they could do next. I talked about on the THPS 1 and 2 streams, I said, I really hope, because Tony Hawk had said if they did well, they wanted to work on 3 and 4. They wanted to work on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. And I talked about how I hoped it would be a standalone expansion, that you could get all the games in one, and all the creative part tools that would be accumulated because of that, and it was just thrown away. I don't know whose decision it was, but they threw something good away. I was so excited for what they had next, and I said on Twitter, I was so excited for whatever they made next, because they blew my mind. And to see this happen, it's well, now I'm not excited for anything. Because, newsflash, if you're not newsflash, I don't want to come off as rude. Just, hey, breaking news, Blizzard hasn't been doing so hot. They've had a lot of failures in a row. And their decision is to cannibalize another studio that's doing well, instead of actually improving what they're doing within. Is this capitalism? Because I don't like capitalism. Oh, gotta hammer on the brakes here. So, you know, here's to you in the memory of Vicarious Visions. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Because how often do you actually have a studio up and coming that just wows, that shows huge potential in a very niche, in a very niche way. They were remaking old games, and they were doing it well. They were setting the trend. The only thing I can think is that maybe Blizzard has taken them on because they want to get better recreations of some of their older games. Because I think like Warcraft 3 didn't do very well. Yeah, another in their like series of failures. Maybe. I don't expect them to continue to be Vicarious Visions at any point. This isn't like Valve buying back, the rights to Half-Life from Sierra. This is something else. It feels like big company preying on smaller company. It's the isn't it like the monkey's paw, right? You get a wish, but something really bad, like you get your wish granted, but as a result, something really bad happens. Makes me think of that, like, oh, we want another really good, solid, like true to form Tony Hawk game. Okay, here it is, but now a really good studio gets bought up, and so now they don't get to continue to make things. Like, did this kill them? I thought it did well. I've been talking about this for a while, but goodness gracious, it's that upsetting to me, man. And I'm sure some of the employees are upset too. Blizzard sucks. I don't like Blizzard. I haven't liked them since Diablo 2. And I never liked, and I was never big on World of Warcraft either. So nothing that they have is of interest to me. And like, what it's gonna do is that even if they have them like remaking old things, it's Blizzard. I don't think that they're gonna get that much out of it. When a big company acquires a smaller company, it just kind of feels like now that smaller company they answer to larger company. And now larger company gets to call the shots. But if larger company isn't doing very well already, smaller company is going to suffer as well. And that's not going to improve matters at all. If you're making bad decisions, another game studio only provides more opportunities for you to continue to make bad decisions. I remember ages ago, Electronic Arts acquired Maxis, and like I was too young at the time to really like be aware of it, but even that, I look back on it and I'm like, dang, like Maxis had some cool things that they were doing, and you know, Maxis had was Maxis the ones that made Dungeon Keeper 1 and 2? I think it was. I think they were. They also made no, Bullfrog. Bullfrog's the one who made yeah, EA. Okay, so Maxis, EA was kind of kind to. They continued to let them make The Sims, but that's pretty much it. By themselves, Maxis was not doing well because they weren't able to produce the titles that they needed. Here we go. We're actually talking about some video game history. But Bullfrog was absolutely torn to shreds by EA. EA has a long history of acquiring companies and just dissolving them. I hate that. Absolutely hate that. If I was a game developer, that'd be part of my freaking identity. You know, I'd be like, we make cool things here. You know? Oh, big company wants to acquire us. Oh, they're dissolving us now. Oh, great. So I got to work for EA instead of Bullfrog now, right? That kind of perspective of, oh, so I'm not part of this, like, more tightly knit team. I'm part of the big corporation. Sucks. It sucks big time. This stuff sucks. And that's kind of what I'm afraid of. Oh. We gotta move over here. You now work for the corporation. You will wear a suit and tie. And your identity will sink into our identity. You will not be you, you will be us. So even if Vicarious Visions makes a great game, Blizzard's gonna get the credit for it. Blizzard gets the credit for it. That's what's gonna happen. Just you watch. The Vicarious Vision's gonna be put on remaking some old Blizzard thing. Maybe Diablo 1 and 2 or something. Right? They remake Diablo 1 and 2 and everybody loves it. It's fantastic. They say, oh, Blizzard's on the up and up. Blizzard's doing great now. What about Vicarious Visions? Who? All I know is Blizzard. There's a lot of reasons I don't like it. A lot of reasons. But that's the long and short of it. It's like, here was this company doing an amazing thing, and they lose their identity, essentially. They're probably going to get dissolved, and if not, their accomplishments will always be attributed to the company that owns them. And the company that owns them, their stock gets to go up and up and up. Capitalism is not fun. Yeah, I think back at like Bullfrog, because they were making a lot of cool sort of simulator kind of things too, you know, with great sense of humor too. Dungeon Keeper was about like, well, what if you're not the hero? What if you're the guy who builds the dungeon and commands the monsters that are within there? And then much later, EA would try to cash in on the name of it with a horrible mobile tie-in to the old series. And then, like, 2 Point Hospital was made by former employees of Bullfrog. And it was received very well. I forget what company that's by, though. SCS hasn't been bought out by anybody, though. And that's nice. We love you, SCS Software. I take a moment in every stream. We love you guys. Mwah. Send me like a t-shirt or something. I will do an early face reveal for an SCS Software t-shirt. That's how much I would want one. I was like, look at what I'm wearing, huh? Nice. Yeah, we may be past Christmas, but I'm gonna keep these things up there. Did I change the decorations at the end of last stream, or last stream that I did this, or did I do it out of stream? I'm not sure. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fancy Pants. Let me just slide in here. Hello, good day, officers. Good day, good day. I'm gonna pull into the left lane here. So hopefully we don't get smacked by that guy. No, he was in the far right. We would have been fine. These are always some of my favorite streams. I could just kind of go stream of consciousness, talk about whatever I want. I forget, who made the Reignited trilogy for, hold on a second. Alexa, who developed the Reignited Spyro trilogy?
Spyro Reignited trilogy is developed by Toys for Bob.
Toys for Bob. They did a really good job on that too. Hello. Been talking about game news and stuff, and just games in general, and companies who've followed the trend of developing sort of recreations of old titles, and the recent pretty much death of Vicarious Visions, who developed Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. We're moving over. We're moving over again. Whether or not we have room for it. Hello, fellow motorist. Yeah, you missed it all. I'm just kind of talking to myself here. The, just nice. I'm just really sad that anytime there's a company that works with Activision, they get absolutely wrecked. Anybody who makes anything good, I just hope everybody learns, never work with Activision ever again. Because they did the same thing to Neversoft. Coming around to here. Hope you're doing well, Tongshi. Hope my mic's on. Hoo boy, how embarrassing if I've been talking this long and my mic's not on. That would be really bad. Okay, alright. Yeah, but my mic is on. Cool. Basically, long story short, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, developed by Vicarious Visions, was so good. And now they're being dissolved into... they're pretty much being dissolved into... They're not saying they're being dissolved, but I could see it in their future. Into Blizzard, as they make only Blizzard titles. I shared that on the Discord. And it was like hearing that a dear friend had passed away. That's how I received that news. It's not fun. It's not fun. Too many companies making cool things end up being, like, just dissolved. Yeah. Activision Blizzard has now put them on Blizzard game duty. And I was saying earlier, Blizzard has been busy making bad decisions for a long while, and all that acquiring a studio does is gives them more ample opportunity to make bad decisions. Yeah, Vicarious Visions. They also made the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy, which was also very well received. They were a studio that I looked at and I said, I have high hopes for you guys. Now I'm very sad, and I don't look forward to anything that they're making. Unless it's like Diablo 1 and 2. If they remake Diablo 1 and 2, then I'll understand why Blizzard acquired them. But I can't see any good reason beyond that. Yeah, Blizzard's just been on a streak. They've been on a bit of a streak of bad decisions. Maybe this is the one that turns it around for them, but I liked Vicarious Visions more than I liked Blizzard. So, to see this happen, I'm like, now my spaghetti is upsetty. Go! Everybody just stops for me. Just go! Do I have the right of way? I don't know. Well, I guess that's like a yield sort of sign, right? Not like an American yield sign, though. I don't know where I am in the world. Yeah, but I was saying, I haven't liked Blizzard since Diablo 2. And I never really enjoyed World of Warcraft either. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, I mean, like, obviously I've not experienced firsthand their dumb decisions. They have been on a downward spiral ever since Don't You Guys Have Phones? And that was a while ago. Remember that? Everybody remembers that. Oh, don't you guys have phones? Wonder, is that Diablo mobile game still around? I don't even know if it's still around. I never hear anybody talk about it. Oh yeah, I heard Warcraft 3 was awful. I only ever played like a little bit of Warcraft 3. Seemed like a fun game, but I never really invested much time into it. Give me just one moment. And I'm back. Let me check and make sure my audio is correct. There we go, yeah. Wasn't like Dota 2 or like the original Dota, wasn't that like a mod for Warcraft 3? I might be wrong about that. Not sure. Because, like, Dota 2 got a proper publishing, but Dota 1 was a mod, and I feel like it was Warcraft 3. Uh-oh, how do I get out of this parking lot? This way. Do we have a loan? Yeah, we do. We just took a bunch of 10,000, a bunch of separate loans in the amount of 10,000. Absolutely silly is what it is, but I wanted the enhancements on my truck, dang it. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. I'm trying to go get some rest here. Oh. I also talked about Bullfrog, the studio behind Theme Hospital and Dungeon Keeper, and how they got just absolutely dissolved into... Oh my goodness, my phone. I'm supposed to put that on Do Not Disturb during streams, and I keep forgetting. And I have it right next to the... right next to here so that I can look at chat real clear. Yeah, honestly, for as long as World of Warcraft has gone on, I would not be surprised that they don't know where to take it story-wise. How do you take it anywhere at this point? That so much has happened, right? Like so much has happened. It's like, how do you build on? You know, they say, like, how do you what do you get for the man who has everything, right? What do you put in the game that has everything? Of course, I don't know too much about Warcraft. I don't know. I was never really too interested in the RTSs. There's still, even though I didn't like play it too much, I still have in my head, you know, more work. I still have that old soundbite living in my head rent-free. Ooh. Oh, dang! We're finally gonna go to Norway! After all this time. If only Jordan was here to see it. There better be snow up there, or I'm gonna be real disappointed. You know, we talked about like political views before and how I don't want to talk too much about it, but man, I tend to like companies the least that have stockholders. And maybe that's a bit anti-capitalist, I'm not sure. Like, you know, Activision and EA and all these companies that have shareholders that are making demands. And it's like, man, what a muddled mess a game company becomes when they have to cater to the whims of people who don't know anything about games, but only know things about money. I do not like the stock market. I do not like stockholders. I hate that that's a thing. I hate that it's a thing. Wish we could make it not a thing. Get rid of Wall Street. Get rid of the stock exchange. We don't need it. What is it even doing anyway? I don't even understand it. What is the economy? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. If the stock market crashes, can't our economy still be okay though? Because sometimes a company's stock will crash and they'll be doing just fantastic. They'll be doing fantastic financially. So what does a stock market crash even mean? It's all paper money. I don't understand economics. I don't. Uh, the economy is such an abstract like concept that I don't understand. I don't understand it. All I know is that my country has a national debt, and I'm like, please, can we take care of that? This is the most political I'll really actually get. I'm like, can we, like, get rid of our debt, please? And not have shareholders? Thanks. I keep bouncing around through a lot of topics here. What's the deal with the economy? I'm convinced that everybody who talks about the economy doesn't actually know what the economy is, because it's so abstract. Like the idea of imagining a physical object, being able to imagine how it feels. Except more abstract than that, because you can't even feel the economy. The economy isn't something you can touch. It's not something you can taste or see. It's like a million moving parts. Sorry, economics majors. You don't know anything. Oh, you went to a university for 4 years so that you could be an expert? You still know nothing. I think I remember Valve with Team Fortress 2 when they introduced items. Like, everything was fine and dandy. Then they decided that they were going to make items tradable. Oops. They made, they accidentally made an economy the moment they added trading. And they had to hire, like, somebody who actually, oh my goodness. They had to hire somebody who was knowledgeable with economics in order to try to figure out, okay, how are we impacting things from here on out? That's another thing. Bitcoin had like a rise, and then it dropped back down again. I don't really understand Bitcoin. Bitcoin is even more of an insane concept than just the economy as a whole to me. Because, like, Bitcoin's not regulated, right? Like, I'm not wrong in that. Bitcoin's not regulated. It's not limited in its production. How do you know how much, what it's worth? How do you decide how much a single Bitcoin is worth? How do Bitcoin work? I don't know. And I know everybody wants to go, like, if you don't understand something, you just want to dismiss it. You want to go, well, it's just nonsense, right? But I'm like, somebody, like, way back was able to, like, it was like one of the first trades. I forget what his name is, but there was a guy who was able to trade Bitcoin for pizza. He traded Bitcoin for goods and services. Used it like a currency. I'm like, what on earth? It's like, It's like it's like one of the different currencies in New Vegas. You know, some people will recognize the NCR dollars, and some people will go, no, I won't take that at all. That's next to useless, right? You have specific people who will decide whether or not they think that it's worth anything. And so you kind of have a similar thing, maybe, because you have to have money in itself is just worthless, right? It's actually worthless. If I hold $1 in my hand, I can't eat it. It won't keep me warm. I could eat $1. It's probably not going to give me a lot of nutrients, but like, that's like the thing. Like, inherently, this currency does not have any actual inherent value. It's the value we attribute to it. There's a phrase for that. There's a phrase for just sort of like, hey, yeah, we've all just kind of agreed. And that's why in like Fallout, friggin' they trade bottle caps because the US has collapsed. Who's gonna have faith in the dollar anymore? People have more faith in bottle caps, so they trade bottle caps. What do you even use gold for? Here's a bunch of things, like, here's a bunch of questions I don't have the answers for. I wish we had somebody in here that does. Gold is shiny, and it's in limited supply. That's it. Oh, that sucks for the NCR, with the Brotherhood stealing their gold reserves. They should have better guarded their pot of gold. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a limited resource. It's a limited resource, sure, but like, you know, people used to trade like, they're like sheep for pigs and like corn for cotton, right? Things like that. There used to be trade that was like that, and like that makes sense, right? And I mean, I'm glad to be able to like use money. Money's very useful, and I know it's supposed to represent something, but it's always been so kind of weird to me how diamonds and gold, they're actually useless. They're actually completely useless. And yet we attribute value to them. And even at one point, our money was backed by gold. Or, yeah, our money represented a certain amount of gold. Yeah. It's just, it's a weird existential thing. Like, there's these rules in our society to say, these things function like this because we say that they do. And all it is it's a suspension of disbelief, you know? Is this little sheet of paper worth something? Well, the government tells me it does. I guess I'll have to believe that. And that's all you actually have to go off of. That's it. So Bitcoin is the same thing. It's like people are attributing value to it. People attribute value to something that is, it's not even tangible. Like, at least money you could hold in your hands. But now we moved to the digital age, and now you just have money that doesn't exist. Or money that does exist, but somewhere we don't actually know. When I have money in my... Last time I had money in my account, I don't know where it is. I don't know where my money is. I say it's in the bank, but where is it? I don't know. I just trust that it's there, and everyone else says, we'll believe it's there. We'll trade you for goods, and the number will go down. Money's weird. Money is really weird. Money is a baffling concept when you actually like sit down and think about it, because it's like, we're all just playing pretend. We're all just playing pretend, saying, this is worth something, I swear. There's a company or something that specifically hoards a ton of diamonds in order to keep that price of diamonds high. The diamond value comes not just from the visual appearance, but the natural strength of the gem. I would say they're probably what they probably do is they're just safeguarding it. If diamonds actually had, like, if they had their actual value, and if they were just sold freely as they were able to be found, they'd be next to worthless. Nobody would want them. They'd not be perceived as any kind of status thing. Everybody would, like, gravitate towards something else. In order to be able to sell the diamonds, they have to create that scarcity. Otherwise, people will not buy. People will not buy the diamonds. People will not buy the shiny thing. Yeah. Money's weird. Money is weird. Yo, okay, speaking of, like, acquisitions and money. Okay, so, oh, how much did they buy it for? I forget. It was, like, in the billions or something, that Blizzard bought, Vicarious Visions for. And then Microsoft spent a bunch of money buying, Obsidian and ZeniMax and Bethesda as a whole. Where does that money go? When you buy a whole company, who gets the money? I don't know who gets the money. Does Todd get the money? Do all the employees get the money? Who gets it? Obviously, the employees aren't getting the money. Clearly, money was spent, but I don't know where the money's going to. Is the Beers group that creates the artificial scarcity. Yeah, it's like Amiibo all over again. But yeah, specifically with like company acquisitions, I have no idea where the money goes. I don't think anybody really knows where the money goes. Genova. Oh, I suppose. Hold on, where's that on the map? Genoa. My bad. Genoa? What? We can't take a road to Genoa? Why? That should link up with here. I wonder why this road does not link up with here. That's so weird. It should just come around and, like, pop in there. It's so peculiar. Because it says there's a... Hold on. It says there's a road there. Oh, no. There. There. That's the road. Right here. It connects from here. Why doesn't that come around and, like... From, like, a sharp turn over here... And, like, land here. That's so peculiar to me. I guess because they didn't want to make more than one connection? But it says the road goes here. Why is it not connected, SCS? You tell me. But yeah, company acquisitions, I don't know where the money goes. It's like, who did Microsoft pay for Bethesda? Who do you make that offer to? Who owns it? The companies are also like a weird abstract concept. I mean, I guess normally you got like the heads of the company. There are people above Todd Howard, right? Like there are people he answers to. Right? D Beers controlled 80% to 85% of the rough diamond distribution. Would be a shame if somebody robbed them, right? I mean, I don't have the money or the resources or the know-how to do such a thing, but wouldn't it be funny? Whoops, we lost all our diamonds. Some crazed lunatic ran in here saying they wanted to make a bunch of pickaxes and they raided the place. It was madness. I'm still thinking about where does the money go when a company's acquired, though. That's still in my head. D beers. Where are they located? Not for any particular reason. I'm not gonna... I don't have the means. Right? I don't have the means to do that. Although I think it would be funny if it happened. I do not have any reason to, to steal diamonds. Oh, hold on. I gotta reach a straightaway before I can read that. Okay, we're really... Oh my goodness, I can't... Oh my gosh, they're in the UK. Really? I mean, it's been a long time since anybody really, like, tried to pull a siege on the UK. It could be fun. I mean, not fun, but you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a date. Let's let's go rob some diamonds. Would be better is to oh, okay, I gotta pause this. Would be better is to rob them of the diamonds and then start distributing them for free, therefore lowering the global value of the diamond. Yeah, if everybody somehow got their hands on those diamonds, even if they were stolen, you can't trace that much diamond. You don't know who has a genuine uncut diamond and who doesn't. Because I'm sure the ones that they have sitting in vaults or whatever are uncut, big chunks, right? Of varying purity, right? HQ is in London, UK, but they serve worldwide, yeah. Diamonds are just pretty rocks. That's all they are. You know how much the value would also drop if everybody just came to that realization, though? Then suddenly, like, uh-oh. If the market changes and everybody suddenly thinks, like, this is stupid and worthless, I don't want it. If the value of a pet rock from the 90s becomes higher than a diamond. Partially responsible why Gaddafi was toppled. Gaddafi, one of the various African nations to nationalize the diamond mining. Who is Gaddafi? I've heard that name, but like, give me like a quick rundown of who he was. Former president of Libya. Okay. So are we saying that's a good position or a bad position that he had? Was he the good guy in all this, or was he also bad? That was a good position. Ah. But greed very often wins out in this world, which is very unfortunate. That does make sense. Libya is an open-air slave market today because of an ATO toppling him. That sucks. That really sucks. All because of some shiny rocks. Yeah, there's a lot of injustices going on in the world, and here's slightly political again. The United States has a lot of capital. Like we're like the wealthiest country in the United States, in the world. We're the wealthiest nation in the world, and yet stuff like that's happening, and I don't know what we're doing half the time. Causing more trouble locally. More like causing trouble just in general. We can sometimes be just as bad as the people we try to fight against. And we are sometimes just as motivated by greed. And realizing that is what we call becoming an adult. Yeah, it just gets to that point. Hey man, don't worry, I'm right behind you. If that thing on the back does anything suspicious, I'll let you know. There's more than that as well. He wanted to create a united gold standard for Africa and essentially remove Western currencies from Africa. Yeah, that's an overall good position. Especially after, historically, what the United States did to them. And not just the United States. A lot of places in Europe, too. Just the slave trade that went on for a really long time has lasting effects, as well as, like, everything else that's happened since then. I'm not too knowledgeable on, like, international affairs, but I can guarantee we have not improved conditions for them as much as we ought to. Oh, I'm gonna move over for you, man. Don't worry. It's slightly political. But if we're talking about, like, you know, we want everyone to live well. We want everyone, like, you know, it'd be nice everyone to, you know, like, not everybody has to be I'm taking a relatively neutral stance, right? Relatively, right? I'm trying to anyway. But I think it's hard not to agree with. Can everyone just have a good standard of living, and can we not stab each other in the back, please? And historically, there's a lot of people stabbing a lot of other people in the back. At what point is it history, and at what point is it politics? Right? Am I allowed to condemn, like, Hitler or something? Am I allowed to say Hitler was a bad man? No, that's a political stance. You can't do that. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Oh boy. Never mind. I'm not gonna touch on. I mean, I want to say some things, but I'm not, because I get into controversial territory. Yeah. I mean, I understand. Like, I'm going to say this. Okay. Really general statement. There are a lot of systems of government, right? That's a easy to agree with statements. Easy to agree to statement. And a lot of places and people can have views on the world or how to run places that maybe we could bear learning from. and possibly embracing rather than rejecting. But greed very often gets in the way. Greed and fear. A fear of change. I mean, that's really that's what I have to say about that. Yeah. I mean, for instance, just to kind of keep things vague, here in the United States, we're primarily, some might say we're a republic. We are kind of a democracy. Depends on who you talk to. But we do adapt a lot of things from a lot of different places. No place is ever purely one thing. Because you can't maintain that. At least I don't think you can. Sometimes a bunch of different people have good ideas, and you try to mash together the good ideas best you can. Yeah, I think it's not a controversial thing to say slavery is bad. If that is controversial, I mean, I don't know what to say. Slavery's bad. War is pretty bad. Fighting each other sucks. If we could all just get along, that'd be great. Right? Can we all internationally, can we all just get along? That's what I want. I ain't never gonna see it in my lifetime, but because I steer away from it on here, and I ain't gonna talk about it. But there are definitely there are thoughts that I have. I am 26 years old. I'm going to have thoughts about, say, the way that my country runs itself. Whether it is doing the right thing or the wrong thing, I will have my own personal view and opinion on that. Right? But I try to keep that off stream. The only thing I will outright say this, because I did it on Twitter, and it's so long ago that I'm going to just, and we've also got a new president now, so I could pretty much say it. I did not like Trump. But it wasn't just because he's on the red team, red versus blue. My team's better than your team, because that's a lot of what it kind of devolves into, to be honest. But I mean, I've been kind of, I say God bless at the end of every stream. I'm sure you've noticed. He did some things that I find questionable in that regard, and that was personally why I didn't like him. It wasn't even just because of his policies or anything. It was because of that specifically. It's here's the guy who's supposed to lead the country, and he was not nice, not a nice man. And it's not that controversial to say it. If you look online, we're in the online space, right? So if I say I don't like that man, a lot of people are on the same boat as me. There are not a lot of people who are going to show up, especially since I'm small. There's not a lot of people who are going to show up who say, actually, he was the greatest. No. As for my views on on various other things, I'll try to keep them down low. Unless something is so atrocious, and I will probably just spout off about it on Twitter, like I did. It was when, I think it was it was the thing that happened. The protests that were happening in D.C., right? And Trump had pretty much people tear gassed and pushed back so that he could walk to a chapel or cathedral or something out there and hold up a Bible. And that was frustrating. That was frustrating to see because, I mean, I'd already seen like a lot of the injuries that people had during those protests. I still think about that sometimes. Like, it seemed like that was a moment where, like, nobody was safe. I've not read anything in regards to that, but I have heard some things in line with that I think maybe if I knew more, maybe that would be a good idea. Or maybe that's an interesting way to take things or interpret things. So I can't say that I'm well read in that regard because I'm not. But yeah, I mean I'm pretty unabashed. I don't hide that I'm a Christian, right? I'm not gonna rub it in your face because that's exactly the kind of stuff that I hated when I was not a Christian. But him having all them pushed back, possibly getting people hurt, just so he could hold a book up in front of a chapel for a photo opportunity, that boiled my blood. And I said stuff about it on Twitter. And so if somebody is doing something so like atrocious to me, I'm going to say something about it because I think everybody should be aware of that sort of thing. But other than that, I'm gonna try to avoid that stuff. It generally does not come up a lot on here. Obviously this is a Euro Truck Sim is basically the time when I take to just talk about anything. Just about anything. I'm going to try to reel it back a little bit. I don't get too political generally. I like to talk about video games. I talk too much, perhaps, about video games, but it's an industry that fascinates me. And it's one of the reasons why we're doing Flashback February next month, because we get so focused on the brand new games, all the shiny new graphics, so we forget to look back and see how far we've come. And that's one of the reasons why that's so exciting. Hey, DM me on that. I added you as a friend. I added you as a friend on Discord. DM me that and I'll follow you on Twitter. If I don't already. Because, like, I do like actually talking about some of these stuff. I'm just trying to mostly steer away from it on my content. It's not that I'm adverse to discussing these topics or even like learning new things and expanding my horizons, whether it's ideologically, politically, morally. If you don't grow and change as a person if you don't listen to varying points of views, or even points of views you've never heard before, or never fully got to listen to or talk about with people who are more knowledgeable. So when it comes to that stuff, like I said, I'm not against talking about it. Just I'm trying to keep it, mostly away from the stream. It's going to happen every now and again. Politics is just a thing that ends up affecting us on a day-to-day. The policies and decisions that are enacted by our by our governors, by our senators, by all these people. They affect us, and even if they don't affect you, they affect your neighbors. So it's like it's gonna pop up every now and again, but for the most part, I'm gonna try to keep it away. Unless I feel a moral imperative to bring it up, I will probably not talk about it. But if it happens, it'll probably hit my Twitter first. If it's important enough to talk about, it'll probably pop up on my Twitter first, and that might be where I blow all my all my steam off. Oh, we're getting tired. Yeah, like I don't shame anybody who brings politics into their content for that very reason. Like I said, it affects us on a day-to-day. Getting tired of the what discourse? I'm not aware of that term. Ah. Yeah, I'm working on it, game. I'm working on it. Go up on the curb a little bit. That's fine. Okay. Look, I'll say, like I said, a lot of places have, a lot of people have ideas. And some of them are good ideas. While I'm not fully well read on that, there's a reason why it is resonating with people, is that there's something in there at the very least, right? People wouldn't be talking about that stuff if it didn't resonate with people. And especially in recent years, my goodness. It's derogatory, isn't it? Is that kind of a derogatory, like, nickname for it? It kind of seems like it would be. Yeah, there are some words throughout history that were that had a negative context, but were often ended up being adopted by those who were, they had that. What am I saying? It's like ways to refer to people that are intended to be disrespectful, but then those people end up adopting that word, and then it kind of disarms it. That's happened a lot in history. Look at the mountains. That's beautiful. I mean, like, it could look a little bit better, but it looks beautiful. Yeah. I mean, obviously they could look a little bit better. They still look pretty good, though. I think it's like, specifically the little planes or whatever, like right underneath it, they do look a little weird and blurry. Ah, there we go. We got some trees covering up now, and now it looks like a little bit better. I'm supposed to be 80 miles an hour. I'm going 90. Or 80 kilometers per hour, my bad. They're going to be reworking some of how like the lighting and the color works in this game. And it's going to use like, I think it's like light space reflections or something like that. Like there's going to be actual like proper lighting. Like it's going to look a lot more realistic and a little less artificial. But I don't know when that update is happening. I've just seen some screenshots. My nephew, he's one of the mods, Knight. He actually, after watching me play this, he's been playing some, I think he was playing American Truck Sim. So I thought it was pretty funny. He's like, oh no, I think he's like 14 or something now. Oh no, I'm a terrible uncle. I'm forgetting how old he is. He's gotta be like 14 or 15 now. Like he's getting on. He's getting older. I hate to be like embarrassing, but like I knew him when he was like a baby. And then like now his voice is like deepened and I'm like, who is this guy? Like I don't even know him anymore. I do know him, but it's like man, such an interesting thing to see. Just the changes in like your close family members. Especially when you've known them when you could hold them in your arms. Can I get over? I'm gonna get over before this turn so I don't go up against the wall here. Oops. I found in this game, if you see, look, up ahead, we're gonna have to get back over. Very often in this game, you'll find roads will split off, and you never want to stick around too long in the right lane if unless you see it coming up, because then otherwise you can end up taking the wrong turn. And I'm not sure if that's how it is. I'm not entirely sure if that's how it is on in the actual real world of these locations, but it's very common in this game. There's some places where it's not the case, but the safest place is almost always to be in the far left lane. Far left lane really hugs that railing though. I find it hard to believe that there's this many side rails in Europe. Like, that's a lot of metal. That's a lot of metal. So if you could visit any place in Europe, where would you go? Or really, just to broaden the question from like Ireland to Japan and up and down on the map, you know, where would you want to go, sort of in that breadth of the world? I've mentioned before, I actually want to visit France. My wife wants to visit Spain. Oh. Russia. Russia kind of comes off as like a scary place. I'm sure it's not as scary to like visit, but to me it does come off as a little like intimidating. I also want to visit. I do want to visit Ireland, England, Sweden maybe. Germany, if only to find out if real beer tastes any good. Italy, maybe. It's very interesting how some of the places are laid out. Some places are very narrow. Not a lot of maneuvering room. So smaller vehicles, I think, are more common out there. And then I wouldn't necessarily include it. Like I'm gonna say broadly, not just just kind of that eastern continent, that big cluster that is not the Americas. Beijing, Havana. I'm not sure how Beijing is doing. Wait, is it Beijing? No, oh shoot, what was it? Oh, it's been long enough, and I'm, was it Hong Kong that was having, the unrest and the riots? I can't remember. It's not Beijing, obviously. It's like, at least I don't think it was. It's been a while and I haven't seen any news about it. Hong Kong, more or less settled. Did they reach any kind of consensus, or were they suppressed? So I know they had that thing going on, and that was going on for a really long time. I need to get over here. I don't even know if I needed to go over here. I just didn't want to miss it because it said the radar said I don't think I needed to get over that badly. Oh, but we're going up. Okay, maybe I did need this. Yeah, I don't know too much about what was going on with that. I just knew there was a lot. Yeah. I think the protests that we have here have settled down. But it's always I'd say it's a very volatile thing. This isn't just like political. This becomes social political as well. I think it's fair to say. I mean, I have on my profile, BLM. I might not support all the destruction, but I'm all the stuff that people did destroy. I support what they want for the BLM movement. But it's a volatile situation that is not about to... It might seem like it's calm now, but something will happen again, and people might march in the streets again. And... Man, I don't know. It's less of a question like, is it going to happen again? And more like, when's it going to happen again? That's kind of the feeling I get. Oh. I mean, like, if I've put it on Twitter, I'm pretty much gonna say it here. I think I've said a tad bit more on here than I have actually said on Twitter, but not much. Oh boy, I'm not gonna get blocked getting over, am I? Oh no, the whole road turns, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Did I just get a ticket? Why are you going so fast? It's good to have at least somebody to talk to, though. I appreciate the company. I don't think so. I've not seen 0 cents. Yeah, I'm considering a sort of a crap stream where I stream from the PS5. If I can, not PS5, PS4. My bad. Slip of the tongue. But I can't do the starting soon screen or anything like that on there. That's why I say it's a crap stream. Can't really control how the stream is presented, unfortunately. And I think my mic quality would get worse as well. But I'm not sure if Resident Evil, like the new demo, is on PS4. I tried looking for it, but I couldn't find it shortly before the stream, so I didn't have time. I think that'd be fun to play on stream, but I know if I stream that kind of creates the expectation that I would eventually stream the game itself, and that takes money. Oh, I didn't expect you to be back that soon. I think, was it you or was it somebody else? Said BRB and then never came back for the rest of the stream. I'm not sure if that was you or somebody else. I think Jordan showed up and then Jordan said BRB and then just disappeared. I do appreciate it when people actually say goodbye. Like if this ever builds up to something bigger, I mean it's fine if people say if people leave without saying goodbye, but it's extra noticeable. It's extra noticeable when there's very few people in here and then suddenly there's nobody here but nobody said goodbye. I'm just like, oh, now I'm talking to myself. I mean, yeah, well, people is subjective. I think some of them are bots. I think one of them, I can't be too sure, is a bot that actually gives me a view from every now and again, and I don't know what's going on with that. It's only one, and there's only ever been one that gives me a view. So it's not a very good view bot if it's if it's that. So I don't know. That's why I haven't reported it, because I'm just like, it's just one. I can't tell if it's like legitimate, but the name is suspicious. We're actually at on my stream manager thing. It says we're at 560 views. So people have tuned in at least 560 times. I mean, I don't want to outright say it in case it's an actual, like, real person. I don't think so. But you never know. I don't want to make accusations. Twitch says not to do that, so I won't do that. Was it you or was it Sir Fallen who mentioned as one of the ways to like start like earning money? It was like Fiverr or something. I think it was one of you guys that mentioned. It was either you or him that mentioned Fiverr, and I've just been thinking, what on earth? The only thing I can do is stream. I have amateur acting experience. Yeah, that's. I'm not gonna say one way or the other. But well, I guess streams are being archived now, so I've kind of given it away. I turned back on archiving, and we'll see how that goes. The DMCA stuff is kind of scary, but Sir Fallen said that they wanted to clip something once and they weren't able to. And so I'm like, alright, I'll turn it back on. So yeah, that's the one. That's the one that occasionally like gives me a view, and I don't know what's going on. I haven't looked into them, but yeah, kind of fishy. I gotta find out when my friend Dingo can play some Black Wake, because I think that'd be fun. It was that pirate cooperative game that I was talking about. I'll try to see if he can be available to do it in the next week. Try to get my friend Soup on board too. He's in the Discord, but he doesn't show up here. Ah. Bit fishy, huh? But, like, most of them don't lend a view. So they're not impacting my statistics. So, like, I've mostly kind of left them alone. If it's fishy enough and you think you have grounds to, like, ban or report, whatever you think is appropriate in that regard. I've mostly just left it alone because it's not disruptive. But if you feel like you should do something about it, then go ahead. Yeah, I haven't really bothered. So I've mentioned that I've been studying French, and so far this year I think I've been doing a pretty good job actually. The 2020s it's my decade, man. I'm telling you. 3K followers and no videos. I mean, yeah, that is pretty sus. And if you wanna eject them out of the airlock, go right ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. I'm never gonna play Among Us. I'd have to be paid to play Among Us, to be honest. It just it makes me too anxious to play games like that. But anyway, I said I've been doing some French studying, and I've been doing a pretty good job at it. But you said you're interested in like visiting Russia. Do you know any Russian phrases? Have you studied the language at all? Yeah, you better slow down. Who do you think you are in that minivan? No? Well, it's never a bad time to start if you're interested. I personally, one of the reasons I gravitated toward French is I like the sound. I do very much like the sound of the French language. I think it sounds very nice. But that's me. But if you're ever gonna visit, if you're ever gonna visit Russia, perhaps someday in the far-flung future, or even in the next 5 years, taking the time to learn some would probably benefit you greatly. It would help you get directions and such, find the bathroom, read signs, directions. Oh! What's that? Okay. We damaged the trailer, but not the cargo. That's fine. Man, them shadows are distracting. We could probably improve those. One. Let's see. Shadow. Texture size. We'll change that to high. And shadow quality. We'll bump that to ultra. Why not? And we'll just kind of leave everything else where it is. Okay, let's see. Let's see if those shadows aren't as awkward. They're still awkward! I wonder if that's something they're going to be improving. Okay. At the next opportunity, we need to get out of here and get to a rest stop. Okay, no, we're fine. Thought maybe I'd have to move over. You know, a new lane opened up for that. You never know when it's gonna split off or if it's just gonna open up a new lane. Random users just having conversations in your chat. I saw there was one that like sent like a really weird, I don't even remember what it was. It just got a weird message after my stream ended. It was maybe like 10 minutes after, and I'd left OBS like open with the chat window on it, and like somebody like said something in the chat. I'm like, what is going on? Random users having a conversation in your chat, like that's strange. What were they talking about? It's just like a shady back alley dealing or something, or what's going on? Yeah, you don't know, man. That's weird. That's very odd. Yeah, game, I'm working on it. Give me a rest stop and I will gladly rest there. I swear for the past like couple months I've done nothing but do the external contracts. Yes, I'm aware I'm getting tired. Please stop bothering me. At some point the game's gonna get angry at me and fine me for driving while tired. Honestly, don't know how they could tell, but they'll do it. Keeping an eye on that GPS though. You know what I noticed? Sometimes people will like, cause I'll notice, like just earlier, the view count went from like 1 to 2, and I'm like, oh, somebody's here. And then they leave. I don't know. I assume there's probably some like equivalent in avoid sleeping violation. There's probably an equivalent that has to do with not taking breaks, or not forgoing a duration of time without stopping, for a period of time. Anyway, I was saying, every now and again I'll see like a viewer pop in. I'm like, oh cool, somebody's here, and then they pop out. I'm like, well, what were they expecting? Okay. But, like, it'll happen every now and again where someone will pop in, then they'll pop out. And I'm just like, what's going on? Like, this is a Euro Truck Simulator stream. This isn't high-octane action. I don't know what they were hoping for. So whatever you want, it's not here, apparently. There we go, and return. Yeah, well, that was earlier. I don't know if it was a bot this time. Could have been. Yeah, that's also the thing. You don't know if it's just a person who lurks and is just looking for a channel to watch, or if it's someone who's just a bot. Because that happens too. I don't know why a bot would pop in and then leave, though. I'm not sure. I do believe that you're not counted as a view if you have your volume on your device below, like, I think like 10%. So if you have a streamer on very low volume, you're not counting. If you have it like on mute, you don't count as a view. I know that for certain, but I don't know to what extent. I kind of doubt that chatting something counts as a view, because lurkers are also a big part of Twitch. Oh boy, which one's the one we're supposed to be taking? I think it's this one. No, we are hauling COVID-19 vaccines. Okay, and I think somehow, no, that we did not get the rest. We did not get rest from that. All right. Wait, hold on. I highly doubt actually typing something in the chat, or whether you don't, or whether you do or not, is a factor. Was like, I just imagine that the viewers that have shown up that are in the chat, it's not just that they're not saying anything, is that they're not actually viewing the stream. It's counting you, but you have the audio up. Oh, users showing up in the chat page? No, you show up in there, even if you haven't typed anything. Why did I park here? Why did I come here? I guess I'll park up here weirdly. Don't mind the trailer. Alright. Hold on just a moment. We're gonna go into back soon. I'll be back in a moment, so sit tight. Okay, and I'm back. So in regards to what you said in order to start earning channel points, I have actually earned channel points on people's channels without ever having actually talked. I just clicked on the channel point redeem button that pops up every now and again. Because I'll go on to like RT Game or Germa985 or Vine Sauce, and I have earned my fair share of stuff from them, but I don't chat purely because I don't think I'll be seen at all. Hold on, did I? Yeah, mic's on. Okay. So, like, as long as you're viewing, you can get channel points. I kind of feel like all the channel point stuff is really vague and not really everybody knows how they work. And just a lot of Twitch features, people don't know how they work because there's not as many people actually, like, researching how it works. There's been people who, like, they get really deep into, like, you know, YouTube analytics and things like that, and they know how to entice viewers or how to take advantage of, like, tags and stuff. There's a wide variety of features on YouTube that people know what they do. I mean, that's why people, like, halfway through a video will say, like, oh, you know, remember to subscribe, like, and hit that bell. They will, that actually has proven to actually improve engagement in those areas. You know, we're in the middle of the video, I can say subscribe to Twitch. So subscribe to my Twitch, it's in the description. And if anybody for some reason watches in the future, they'll be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll check it out. Whereas if you start with that, that's not as much. It doesn't have as great of an impact. Not as many people are actually, like, researching how Twitch works, and so that's how, like, I kind of feel like a lot of things on Twitch are vague, and people don't really, like, know how they work because not a lot of people are actually looking into it. There are some features I think that some people have kind of gotten a grasp on, but I do believe viewership is dependent on just being here and also appearing in the chat. Because I've seen you, and I've seen Sir Fallen and Jordan, and Battery and Zero, Ducky. You know, I could see you guys before you ever. I've actually spotted some of you guys before you even type in the chat, because I've checked if there's any users in there, and then, like, oh hey, like, one of you guys is in there. It's like that does happen. Like, if you are a user that is able to type in the chat, you appear in chat. Even if you haven't. Ooh, that looks nice. Look at that. That's lovely. That said, I do not know how to increase engagement on Twitch. Largely, I've just been playing things and people have showed up. That's just kind of what's happened. And I've appreciated everybody who comes in. I'm very flattered that, you know, Tongshi, for instance, you come in and you say hello and you hang out and you chat, and I think you're the person I've talked to the most. Second is, like, Sir Fallen. Like, you show up a lot and I appreciate it. I don't know how to get people to come in. It's not like you could curate thumbnails. It just kind of picks a random thing that's happening on the stream. Titling, I don't know what the best way to title is. I'm not bombastic. I don't have a webcam. It's never a thing I'm going to do. So like trying to figure out any other way to get like any kind of engagement is it's interesting. I mean, on my Twitter, I mean, I respond on a lot of things, so I've actually put in my Twitter name that I Twitch stream. In hopes that someone's gonna see that and go, okay, I'll check it out. But getting users to come over from different platforms is very difficult. So I was watching Dark Viper AU puts up his rants videos. He'll talk about, you know, different things while he streams, and he kind of compiles them all into sort of a super edit, where it's just a bunch of him talking about like a bunch of different topics. One of them was him talking about how getting anybody from like YouTube, for instance, to like tune in, like getting people from YouTube, for instance, to subscribe is not that, or to get them to follow on Twitch is not that difficult. What is difficult is getting them to tune in. Like YouTube and Twitter could be really good tools to sort of increase engagement, get people to actually like show up, but they can also be very flawed, because mostly most people will only show up if you happen to be streaming at a time that is convenient for them, which like makes sense. I do that. What I really wish I could do somehow would be somehow be able to create some level of content for the YouTube channel as well. I mean, I upload the VODs, but I really want to do more than that. But I'm not sure. You know, I'm not sure how to do that, and also I'm kind of limited my capacity. I was saying earlier, if for some reason anybody ever wants to do a highlight video of my streams, I mean, like, I'd love to see it, because I kind of lack the means right now. Otherwise, I'd be doing some highlights myself. I would have done like some kind of stream highlight by now. Some of the ways that I found some other Twitch streamers that I actually enjoy is because of little short compilations that they had put onto Twitter. So that's a very good tool for sort of delivering kind of, here's what my stream is about. Like, here's the fun you're missing out on. I was holding the A button. My brain said, I'm at a petrol station. But no, I'm not. I'm excited for Flashback February, though. I'm very excited for it. It's turning out to be more last-minute work than I was hoping for, but it'll be ready. I hope. It'll be ready by the time I need it to be ready. my goodness, these little signs on the side. I'm just gonna like hit them. One thing I have considered doing is, because there's like there's a category for like writing. And wouldn't it be just fun to just write, like, I think it'd be kind of fun if I wrote like a short story and read it on stream. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think to make it good, I'd have to do some planning, though. Would anybody want to hear fiction stories, like short fiction stories, on stream? If I wrote them and presented them in kind of an audiobook fashion, would anybody actually want that? Because that is something I'm toying around with in my head. I haven't really like done anything yet. I've always been a pretty decent writer. But I'm not sure. I kind of feel like I'd want to have some level of consistent following or something. I would want, to some extent, people who would show up. Because I do like the idea. But if nobody's here to, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, did it even happen? So like maybe sometime in the future, because I do like writing and it's been a while, and it would be a very different way to like sort of apply my one of my very few talents to streaming. There's like a children's book that I have almost fully written out, but there is a friend of mine who I want to pay for her illustrations and also want to give her a cut of any sales that the book gets. But it takes money, which I don't have. There's just a million things that I want to do. I won't give too much detail about the children's book, but it basically sort of, the gist of it is kind of pulling from my personal experience of not feeling like I fit in or that I'm talented in any particular way or that I meet up to the standards of others. Sort of my personal experience drawing from, as kind of, for life lessons as a life lesson for kids. To sort of like find something that you're proud of, something that you love and that you could pour all your heart into, and how that's more important than comparing yourself to others. That's kind of the gist of it. It's it's pretty much the sort of premise is there. It's short. It's very short. It's a children's book. But it's getting that money together. Because I feel like giving I feel like giving a fair pay for the work. But I think like at the rate, because when you do something like that, you pay like by commission, and I want to pay her by like the general commission, the general kind of commission rate. But that, oh dang. But that gets spendy when you're talking about even just 8 pages. Even if it's just like 8 pages and like a cover, that's like 9 illustrations. And even if they're simple illustrations, like that's spendy. But I couldn't just say, initially I told her, I'm like, oh, like, I was being kind of dumb about it. I said like, I'll give you a cut when the book comes out, but I can't even guarantee the book's success. So I'm like, I gotta find a way to pay her so that she gets something substantial from it, even if I don't make that money back. Like you gotta pay your artists. You gotta pay them well, because the first thing, especially with a children's book, the first thing that you'll see is the illustration, and that's going to be like the most important thing that draws people in. And if that's kind of it is actually one of the most important components of it. Like I can write the premise, sure, but I'm not the first. My writing for kids is not gonna be the first thing that draws people in. It's gonna be the pictures. Funny enough, it was something I started writing around this time last year, because Germa985, which I've mentioned him several times, he is hilarious. I highly recommend subscribing to him. He does some experimental stuff. He pours a lot of effort and time and passion into Twitch. He used to be a YouTuber, but now he has flourished on Twitch, and he's doing things that ain't nobody else doing. Last year, there was an upload of an edit of his stream on his on YouTube, because he has editors that put stuff together for that. It was all about, he's like, oh, writing a book's easy. Writing a children's book's easy. Watch, I'll do it. And he brought out like the I think it was Microsoft Paint or whatever. And I don't even remember the friggin' story that he told, but it got me thinking. I'm just like, dang, like I have an idea. And I'd actually had an idea before, but I was like, this other idea that I had would work so much better as a children's book. So that's kind of how that went, and I wrote a lot of it in that meantime. Of course, like, life is stressful, and so I haven't constantly been working on it. Yeah, the cheapest way to go about this is if I became my own illustrator, but I'm not a great artist. Redrawing like characters, which you need to do, if you have any kind of consistent characters in your books. Redrawing characters is an absolute pain in the neck. Drawing them from a different angle or in a different pose, or it's so hard, man. It's so difficult. So like I don't think I could do the illustrations myself. Even though that would be the cheapest way, I am not really like good at that. Another thing I'm wanting to get into, ow, I hit my hand. Another thing I'm wanting to get into is freaking video game writing. And I was told that a good way to actually get into that is to get into like game jams. I talked to you about video game writing, Tongshi. Yeah, you've written stuff for one of the Beyond Skyrim things that's being worked on, right? I don't know how much you've written or how much of your work is in stuff that's yet to come out. It's gonna be your degree for a while. But apparently they don't get a lot of people who can write. A lot of people who are dedicated to storytelling at game jams, because a lot of us people who are writing inclined don't think we'll be much use in a game jam, but actually we are, and we're in short supply. And I'm like, that would be amazing. There's a person who used to be... Oh, there's a person who used to be involved in Funhouse. I think her name is Alana. She's now like a narrative... narrative designer or something. A narrative writer. I don't know. She's like writing in games now. And I'm just like, dude, I'm so jealous. Oh, I envy that. Sounds like the dream job. The idea of working with other people. I mentioned this before. You were here when I mentioned this before. The idea of working with other people to sort of weave a story, to make a narrative for a game, it's like, it's just as important as the rest of the pieces. You know, if the story doesn't grip you, you might find yourself getting bored just because you don't feel like you have the proper motivation for what your character's doing, or what adventure you're going on. Anytime that I've collaborated, because like I had a phase that I could look back on, the things that I learned from. I used to be on DeviantArt, but I was not an artist. I wrote a few things, right? But I would go into one of those RP chats, right? And it would be kind of like a collaborative writing process where you control some characters and they control the others, and you kind of go back and forth between like what your characters do and then what theirs do, or what happens, or what you decide to what is going to occur. And it's sort of that back and forth thing, right? I talk about like DeviantArt like it was like an embarrassing thing, but it was an especially formative part of me to find that collaborating with people, especially when it comes to writing, is a lot of fun. Especially when you just go off, when you and a person just write back and forth, and your characters, they interact, they create new situations. Eventually, if you write long enough with one person. I only ever finished a story with one person. The stakes get higher. You create conflict. You create suddenly these situations exist in what you've written. And I look back on that and I'm like, that is awesome. I want to like do that kind of thing for a living and with more structure. Because obviously, like, then it was more, like, improvised. My ears are ringing right now, and I don't know why. Like, collaboratively writing is awesome. I love it. And if Twitch doesn't work out for me, but that does, I would actually be fine. That would be really cool. It's like, who knows? That could be the future. Maybe this Twitch thing grows. But then I become a narrative designer, and then it just demands too much of my time, and I can't do streaming anymore. I mean, what if that happens? I'd feel kind of bad, to be honest, if I'd managed to grow here on Twitch, and then I have to jump ship to something else. But I guess it has to... What did I... Oh, okay. So I'm losing money. we're actually gonna go to... Actually, I think we're... What? I'm hoping... hold on, we're gonna save. Yeah, we're gonna save... Because I don't actually know... I don't know what the game over for this game looks like. Like, is there a point where there's collections? Who do I have to deal with in this game when I go, like, bankrupt? I've never seen it before. To be honest, kind of morbidly curious about it. Not morbidly, but you know what I mean. I'm kind of like, but what if the bad thing does happen? Like, what then? What do you see in the mirror? The trees just disappearing out of existence? Let's see. Let's do something about mirror distance. That's always kind of looked weird. Graphics, actually. I go mirror distance. We're gonna say ultra. What kind of impact is that gonna have on performance? Let's see. Oh, look at how much you can see. I think there might have been a slight performance dip, but I don't think it was too bad. It's like I did at one point go to college for I don't know if I talked to you about this, Tongshi. I went to college for computer simulation and design. As it turns out, it's not very easy for someone who's not good with mathematics to go into computer simulation and design. I'm still interested in being part of the creative process. But programming? I'm not too sure. I don't think I could ever be a programmer. In the short time that I dabbled with something so simple as Game Maker, it put it to a little bit of perspective how much of an unstable stack of cards video games can be. Everything crumbles when you add like one thing. It's ridiculous. The fact that you can have, you have games like this, like Euro Truck Sim, and you have a bunch of DLC that ends up adding like a new truck, and then you have, like, oh, they just expanded the landscape with this DLC. The fact that that doesn't break everything is a dang miracle. They've definitely found something that works. Something that they're able to repeat. And to be able to get things to work. And good for them. But if I were making a game wherein you hit a ball into bricks and the bricks break. You're basically making Breakout, right? The amount of steps to make sure nothing gets stuck on anything. Like, it's like getting something to work is hard. And then you have to make sure it's fun. And so that's how I knew that, like, making games was not for me. I was given a very simplified version of making games, and yet I saw just you add one thing and it breaks something else. You try to fix that and you may break another thing trying to give a fix to the first thing that went wrong. So when I look at something like Cyberpunk 2077 and the state that released in, like, it's a wonder it runs at all, right? Because there are so many problems that can happen at any given time. And we clearly didn't get a finished build of that game, but... oh my goodness. I was about to slow down. Yeah, but game development is hard. But making it makes sense. That sounds fun. You know, when you add context to it, when you add a story, when you create characters, and they are as believable as your friends and your family, your neighbors, you. With feelings you identify with, feelings you don't identify with. That's fun. I want to be a part of that. I gotta find out. I gotta pay attention to game jams and try to get up in those to see if anybody would be willing to give me a chance on a game over like the course of 2 days. And if I helped make something, I'd play it on stream. Hey. But video games are neat, and I want to be a part of the process somehow. There's definitely a Fallout story that I want to write, but I don't know if anyone would want to make it. It's not even fully fleshed out, but I know that the premise is a good one. Just the big issue, potentially, would be music. Because it might require a few tracks that might be licensed music. That's the only, like, downside of it. But it's weird, Fallout mods don't tend to get stricken down on the grounds of the music. I've not seen any mods disappear because they used licensed music. There's one, I think it's still up, of like the GoldenEye music for the Pip-Boy. So you can play GoldenEye 64 music while you sneak around in like a pre-war suit or something. Pretend you're a post-apocalyptic James Bond. Also, there are so many vaults in Fallout lore. I'd like to write one as well, but I'd have to be familiar with what's already been done. There's so many of them. Or maybe write a story for a vault that has sparse details as it is. Okay, nobody's in this tunnel. I shouldn't get in any trouble. If we're going 93 in here. I'm gonna come out of the tunnel. I'm gonna slow up. Tongshi, you still there? If you are, what, you said that was going to be your degree. What's your degree now? I'm not sure if I've asked you before. If I have, my apologies. I've got a terrible short-term memory. Or unless you're no longer in college or university. You're not in school. Ah. So yeah, Dropout Brothers. We're a team, right? Early childhood education. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I dropped out because the university, the college, the community college I was going to had very limited programs, and one of them did include computer simulation and design, but there was nothing else explicitly applicable to games. Actually, while I went to college, I became more interested in my French studies while I was there, which surprised me because I hadn't been too interested before. Like, my interest had been piqued just by hearing the language because, I like how it sounds. Oslo, hey! We were talking about this the other day. When did we enter this place? There's no snow! Look at this. Look at this nonsense. All green and sunny out. Where's the horrifying winds? But had I stayed longer, especially in a modern, knowing how I feel about this stuff now, I would actually go in for a creative writing degree or something, because of my actual interests now, and then I would have French on the side. But it's still it's frustrating because colleges waste your time in a lot of aspects. Which is annoying. It's just annoying. They will have you take a bunch of classes that are not even tangentially related. Okay, we just made a bunch, so we're gonna go to the bank and we're gonna pay everything off. I wish I didn't have to confirm all these. Why did you... I mean, if it's not too much to ask, why did you stop working on early childhood education? The reason why I stopped is because I became more interested in French, but I also failed my French class. So changing course would mean coming back in a year. And then I had to move out of state. Or not out of state, but out of town. So, yeah, that was great. I was also a bit lazy in some regards. I think I could have done a whole heck of a lot better than I actually did. I poured a lot of effort into the French class, though, and even then, I failed with a D. And, like, in high school, yeah, sure, that's a passing grade. College, they're like, no, you have to get a C or better. I got, like, the equivalent of, like, because nobody ever calls it a D+, but I got what you would call a D+. Like, I barely failed. And I was heartbroken. Because I'd gotten really into it. I have, from time to time, considered going back again. You know, like I said, but there's all those, like I said, college likes to waste your time, with all these, extraneous, extra classes that don't have any bearing on the type of education you're trying to get. They just want to milk you. They want to milk you for money. And it's frustrating. There's a lot you can learn from going to college, though. You learn a lot about yourself, and what you're interested in and what your priorities are. I mean, I don't know if that was the same for you, but that's how it was for me. Realizing that, no, definitely game design is not gonna ever be my thing, but that's okay. Man, where is a fuel station? Come on. Yeah, I probably did not put in as much effort as I could have, though, when I went to college, and that is definitely on me. Like, definitely now I know more of what I want, that if I did go to college, I think I'd have a better chance of success. I'm not against working hard, but it is so much easier to do stuff, to achieve the most that you can, and reach more of your potential when you're passionate about something. And as it turned out, I was not passionate about game design, or not game programming. Yeah, if I ever went back, I think it would be, I think at this stage I would go in for a creative writing degree, and a minor, if I could, in French. I mean, heck, that could get me a job at Ubisoft, honestly. Don't know if I don't know if my wife would move to France if I had gainful employment out there just waiting for me. My wife is here. She gives me a look like that looks like a 25% maybe. Yeah, in my day-to-day, I wish I was I always feel like I wish I was more productive, like I was accomplishing more. There's still... What?
I wish it was a little bit taller. I wish it was a ball.
I completely lost track of what I was saying. Just, I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. Maybe not taller. That doesn't matter to me so much. Baller though. No, but for real, I don't know if I just feel it because of the pressures of day-to-day life and people around me that I see, who are accomplished, people that I look up to. Somebody I look up to, I'm not ashamed to say it, Jacksepticeye. He's mostly on YouTube, but he is a busy man, and he's doing a lot of different things, like, all the time. I mean, he's met with celebrities. He's doing, like, streaming. There was a time in which he was traveling abroad. He's going to appear in that movie for New Guy? No, Free Guy. That's what it is, I think. I think that's what it's called. It's just, like, that level of productivity. Just, like, doing all kinds of things all the time and collaborating with people, too. Just the sheer number of things, I'm like, I want to be doing that number of things. But sometimes I feel like I am not motivated. Like, I could die tomorrow. I don't know. But I'm not motivated enough to make today count. And that sucks. That really sucks to feel like I'm just not motivated enough. So I'm trying to, part of this streaming thing is me pushing myself. How did he know? He's like, hey, you, go to sleep. The siren went off. He's like, this boy, he hasn't slept. That's ridiculous. The fact that the sirens came on. I thought it was just an abstract, like, oh, I was just fined, right? No, he knew. He had a that's so Raven moment, and he knew. Oh no, he's gonna ding me for speeding if I come running up behind him. I don't know if he'll run me again, but I don't want to chance it. Because there is a book that I wanna write. It's a Western with a big twist. With a big twist on the premise. That has now, it's something that I've been ruminating on for like years. Now I have to do a whole rewrite on it because, as it turns out, my original premise was boring, and upon reflection, there's a much more interesting way that I could take it, but it requires research. Research that I feel like I don't have time for. But it could be fun, it could be interesting, it could be something worth reading, right? So I want to write a book. I have the children's book I mentioned earlier. I want to get that done. Obviously, I need money, so I need a job. If I get a job, that takes away so much time. And I'm trying to get a job, but like time is money, man. Time is money, but like time is also productivity to one's own personal goals. Do you know how much energy it saps out of you when you work at a job you don't like or that you're not passionate about? My dad worked at a call center for, goodness, I don't know how long. I think I asked him before, and he said it was about like 7 years. I'm like, that sucks. And I told him I found out, you know, through working on my own, you know, working the different jobs. I'm like, you work at something, especially if it makes you miserable, absolutely ruins you. And when it comes to actually looking for other work that doesn't make you miserable, you don't have the motivation. Where am I supposed to go? Is it further here? This way? I suppose it's this way. Okay, we want a sleep and a repair. We're gonna do a bit of repairs. Oh boy, we are we don't have money again. We're paying off the loans. I improved our fuel economy though. Somehow. Man, it's just, I want to strive to improve in many aspects of my day-to-day and in my life in general. And I want to do something I'm passionate about. Goodness gracious, I am tired. So tired of working in jobs that I am not proficient in. You know, when I talk about, you know, being a narrative designer, right? I think that's the name for it. I'm not sure. You know, when I talk about doing that job, I'm like, I already have a skill set that I enjoy that would work really well in that sort of environment of working on the narrative and the dialogue and the characters and all that in games. It's just a matter of getting there. But, you know, they say anything worthwhile is not easy. It's a dang shame because I wish it was. If only life could be a lot easier. I would like to be. I mean, what's your dream job, Tongshi? Like, if you could be in any kind of position, or like, what are some like ideal jobs to you? Because like I get restless if I'm not doing something productive. You know, and maybe it's, you know, some people say like, oh, don't feel bad, you know, don't feel down on yourself if you're not productive or whatever. But I'm sitting here and I'm just occupying space, right? I'm just like here existing, and I want to do more than just exist. And so like the idea of working is not something I'm opposed to. I just want to work the right job, man. If I could stream for a living, that'd be great. Narrative designer, that'd be great. Writer, that'd also be fantastic. All of these things are a pain in the neck to get to. I've had the worst draw of personal interests. The bad RNG. I picked alternate start, and I said, give me a random place, and it put me in, like, the worst spot. That's what happened. It gave me, I have been attacked and left in the woods for dead, or something like that. It was like, I've been attacked and left for dead in the woods. I think that was one of the options. In the alternate start, live another life. Man, that's how it feels sometimes. Yeah, as one might imagine, not a lot... Get out of here! Not a lot of opportunities in Klamath Falls, Oregon, to explore one's own sort of passions and ideas, and or finding new things that you're interested in. That's where I grew up, and there's like nobody there. Growing up, there's like 17,000 people there, and that's it. There's like more now. But let's see, what was there was Klamath Community College, which was the community college, which is the only one I would ever, I think, possibly be able to get into. I highly doubt that they had the programs there that I would have wanted or could benefit from as a kid. To be honest, another thing that like interests me is that there's a severe lack of resources to help kids and even adults explore opportunities and ideas and potential passions. Working in some way to facilitate that would also be really cool. You know, I'm kind of reminded of I went into as a kid, I was kind of a go with the flow kind of person. Things just kind of happened to me, and I was just like, all right, I guess this is what it is now. I was always very angry about it because that was just how I handled my Asperger's as a kid. And anytime things would change, well, even if it was like frustrating or difficult to deal with, that's just how it was. If I was told something, that's how it was. I was never really... How do I describe this? Well, I wasn't ever inclined to explore just things. And when it came around to high school, and they were talking about classes that you could take. One of them was like jazz band. And I'm like, that sounds interesting. I would love to do that. Nope, you have to have learned the instrument beforehand. So because I did not have the awareness that such a thing would ever be possibly even something that I would want to explore until later, I was locked off from it because it didn't occur to me as a kid. If I could work in some way to facilitate that for people so that they could have the opportunities, to capture missed opportunities as kids and explore new concepts and ideas and things that they can gain interest in. Like, I would love to do that. Because I know what it's like to have just missed the boat on things. It sucks. You know, I never learned an instrument. I could play the bongos pretty well, but I never learned them, quote unquote. I never learned how to drum. I never learned how to play guitar. I don't know how to sing, but I don't think I have the voice for singing anyway. In elementary school, luckily, I was able to explore writing a little bit. There was for a long time I hated reading, but then suddenly the dam of my stubbornness gave way, and the water of interest in reading and writing burst forth through the cracks in the dam. It was a silly analogy, but it's true. There was just a long time where I hated it, and then very suddenly, and I can't even tell when specifically it happened, I was just like, I love this stuff. Like, I want to read more. I want to write more. In fact, even now I want to read more, but I don't want to waste my time with books I don't like. Because I have bought books in the past and I just didn't like them. Very much into fiction. I love fictional stories. Unfortunately, I gotta find something that could fill the gap left by Harry Potter, because I have decided that I don't want to engage with that content anymore, because I don't like the person who wrote it. But that's for other reasons. Finding something to read is a pain in the neck, but I was lucky enough in elementary school to be able to do this thing where I could write a story, and I and a few other kids who were involved in it were able to sort of gather in that and read out loud our stories. That was really cool. I'm glad to have explored that opportunity as a kid, but I think it would have been so much better if I'd been able to explore more opportunities. But then once those opportunities are gone when you're a kid, like, they're gone. Nobody wants to give you the opportunity to explore these things past a certain point. People stop caring. So when you're in high school and maybe you want to learn how to play the oboe or something, how to play the sax, whatever it is, go. Just let me over. I'm tired of this. Oh, there's too many, like, missed opportunities. That's why I told my nephew, who I told you about, Knight. He's a mod on here. He's still young. I tell him, explore as many things as you can, man, because you have the opportunity, like, while you're young. And I told him that when he was younger, too. I said, like, even if you don't think you'll enjoy it, like, give it a shot anyway. It's what I'll tell any kids. You know, if you're like 10 and you're obviously Tongshi, you're not 10. But like people are like 10, 11, 12, and they're still at that ripe age of being able to like pick something up and try something new and find something that they might be passionate about. Whether it's music, the arts, you know, I wish that I had picked up, because I have enjoyed the time at which that I have done anything art related. Very enjoyable. But I wasn't given that many opportunities to explore that. And sometimes, like, some kids don't just seek out the things that they like. They need more opportunities to better establish to themselves that it is something that they're actually interested in. That's why it's something I've actually toyed around with in my head. I'm like, what if I just picked one day, like every week or every other week, Like if I somehow got like a Cintiq or something, drawing tablet, and then I just, despite how bad of an artist I am, dedicating a whole stream, like one per week or one every other week, to draw. Like, I think that'd be fun. I don't know if anybody would watch that. That's so much more different than what anybody else I'm watching does, but maybe that's different enough to be something that would be fun. And it could help me kind of rekindle, that personal interest in kind of drawing. I would doodle when I was a kid, but I didn't set out, when I got into high school. When I got into high school, I would only ever, like, doodle a little bit or draw, like, a small thing. Making larger art wasn't really a thing that occurred to me. But that'll definitely be something. That's something that could be in the future for streams. Like, who knows? Imagine dropping like $300 on a tablet and not being a person who's like an artist. I think it'd be pretty fun though. Maybe I could actually get good at art. Get good at redrawing things. I could also redraw some. There was a. I can't like illustrate it here because of just the nature of, the kind of what this is. There was a character that I had in high school, designed because I was so bad at redrawing characters. I picked one with I made one that was like really, really simple, like easy to redo, like lines, so that even if the character was like didn't look great, that they would still be identifiable as the other thing. Now that I think about it, if you ever watched One Punch Man or Mob Psycho 100, the manga that those are based off of are kind of in line with what I feel like my capabilities are. Is you have a guy who is bad at redrawing his characters. He's bad at redrawing his own characters, but yet he's somehow managed to kind of sell those stories. And so I wonder if that's ever something that could be possible for me. Just being able to make illustrations that are not great, but somehow sell them that way with a story that resonates. There's a cop right in front of me. I don't even realize. Yeah, but just to revisit the whole concept of kind of what I've been droning on about. People who are passionate about things, or at least want to, they have a drive to try to figure out, like, what do I want, or what do I want out of life. That's always amazing to see. That's why I have a section in self-promotion. It's sort of like a self-promotion. It's community sharing on the Discord. It's why I have that. Is that if people have a thing that they're passionate about, that they want to share, and that they're doing, like, I want there to be a space for that, because it's kind of related to the whole Like I said, kids being passionate about things, or people finding things that they love and pouring their heart and soul into it. I will listen to Tony Hawk. I could listen to Tony Hawk talk about skateboarding all day. I do not care about skateboarding whatsoever, but that man has a passion for it. He has a passion and a love for skateboarding, and I love to hear it. Hearing people talk about what they're passionate about or the things that they're working on, I love it. One of my favorite things about movies is the director commentary instead of the actual audio. That's why I like opening the discussion of talking about what's your dream job, or what do you want to do for a living. It's what are the things that you love? I know that not everyone can make it. I can't even guarantee that streaming will become big for me. I can hope, I can pray. I can't guarantee it though. But as long as I'm doing something with it, that I'm trying to make something out of it, and I'm giving it my all, I could be proud of it. And that's also something, that I think about every now and again, is I want to be... How's my day so far? I'm talking motivational stuff right now. I hope you're doing well. Is it Chevelle? Yeah. I strongly encourage people to pursue what they love, because then at least you can go to your grave thinking, well, at least I tried. Even if you didn't succeed, you say, at least I gave it a try. At least I gave something my all, something I love and that I'm passionate about. That's important. Life's too short to not try to do what you love. And like I was saying, not everybody can make it. I can't guarantee that this streaming thing will make it. I can't guarantee that I'll become a narrative designer. I can't guarantee that I'll become at least a remotely successful writer. Whatever happens in my life, at least the only thing I can control is the effort that I'm putting into it. That's also why I say that it's kind of frustrating when I feel like I'm not putting in as much effort as I could, or maybe I had a lazier day. And people say you shouldn't, I was saying earlier, people say you shouldn't really beat yourself up over when you're not as productive as you think you should be. And I think days off are fine. But if you don't try to have a side hustle, if you're flipping burgers by day, be a writer by night, be an artist by night, be a, get trained to be a firefighter, whatever it is you're passionate about or what you want to do, find time for it. Find a place to put your love, passion, and effort into it. Whatever it is that appeals to you. And if you don't have that thing that appeals to you, explore things. Maybe things you're slightly interested in. Maybe things that you think you might not even like. It might be something that actually spurs you to discover something you love. Maybe you love that thing. Maybe you love something else that it makes you think of. Because you never know what you're going to cross paths with, what experience you're going to have that's going to... Oh yeah, no, I'm just going to keep talking about it. If he left, he better be doing something he's passionate about, or else I'm gonna give him a paddling. But I'm saying this mostly for you, Tongshi, because I don't know if you have anything that you love or that you're passionate about or things you want to pursue, but I strongly encourage you that if you don't have a thing, always be on the lookout for that thing. Whatever it is, you could be... Yeah, I mean, pops in every now and again. I love and appreciate everybody who follows, even if they don't stick around for too long. You have a thing? What's the thing? A thing? What thing? I love things. Oh, you... Chevelle's still here. Tongshi thought you left. Sometimes the world building. I would say to that, and I'm sure to some extent that you're exposed to those sort of things. We tend to surround ourselves with the kind of stuff that we're interested in, you know. So you probably watch people who do that sort of thing. You do that stuff for... I forgot about that. You actually do stuff for Stellaris Invicta. I thought that was just a thing you were showing me. I mean, that's awesome. If there's something there that you can point to, if that's something you're just happy with that you're doing, I mean, that's amazing. If it's satisfying enough to just be doing that, great. But, you know, nothing ever lasts forever, and so you gotta think, how will I build off of that? Right? How will I build off of that? How do I move forward from this? If the moment comes where it ends, where the people involved slowly begin to trickle away and suddenly nobody's really involved in it anymore, it's just you and like a few other people, and the passion just kind of leaves it because you're not swept up in all everybody kind of... Because I see that kind of stuff happen with all kinds of stuff. You know, you see, maybe it's like a group YouTube channel, or like it's a bunch of people working on a mod or something. Everybody eventually will go their separate ways. But that might be something that you might be able to point toward for... if you end up pursuing a career in something related to that. Something like that is sort of applicable. But it all depends on where you want to take it. And I think that does bear considering in all that you do, is that if you want to take it somewhere, if you do want to take it somewhere, while you're doing it, you can still imagine, like, what would the next step after this be? Or what are the possible steps, like, after this? Like I was talking about game jams and how they have a shortage of writers. Maybe that's something that you could actually, like, poke into. Maybe that's something that you'd be interested in. Maybe you'd be the type of person to write those supplementary books that go with things like Halo, right? Like they have the stories set in the universe, but they are stuff you read like on their own, right? Like, 'cause there's a lot of ways that stuff gets applied, both in and out of like just games, just games. But that stuff also kind of wraps into a little bit of television, movies, other works. I mean, canonically, Sherlock Holmes is dead. Sherlock Holmes died a long time ago. He died after like 3 books. But once it became public domain, people liked the character so much that people were able to take it and do something with it. And so, like, even something like that, even something that already exists, I mean, that's just one example of something that a lot of people have built off of, that could be worth, not just Sherlock Holmes, but, oh my goodness, almost hit that pole. It could be worth, just sort of like I said, like, just kind of reflecting on, this can't, I do have my whole life. What is the next step for this if I decided to take it any further? I don't even actually know how Sherlock died. I just know he's canonically dead. And that the original author killed off Sherlock Holmes. Not a lot of people actually know that. I mean, heck, really, really upsetting example, but, everybody knows 50 Shades of Grey was kind of a sort of a fan rewrite, sort of a fan novel of Twilight. And regardless of that, you can always write your own fanfic for something and then change names, change places, change details, change setting, and then suddenly you have something that's technically yours. You'd always do that. Worked for her, apparently. But you gotta find something that you love, that works for you. Get out of the way! Don't you see the speeding truck? Audiobooks? Yeah. What kind of audiobooks? Are you just, like, reading, like, just normal books, or are they informative books, or, how do I describe it? Because, like, there's sometimes, like, they're not self-help books. They're, like, they're books that, like, they're stuff that, like, discusses, like, space opera themed. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about the books that are, like, they're supposed to be, like, to help you, like, write or focus on, specifically, like, how you write or things like that. Or how to focus your energy and effort productively onto, like, things and stuff like that. Science fiction. Science fiction can be really good. As I definitely have, I actually have an idea for a science fiction, dystopia, cyberpunk, sort of thing, but it's different, it's really different, and I wouldn't want to describe what makes it different, because then, if the idea is worth anything, you can't share it, unfortunately. This is the world we live in. If I ever get it onto paper, if I get it, on there, I'll cross-promote the book on my streams. And you guys will get to hear about it. It was bothering you? Yeah, you looked it up? Yeah, he fell off a cliff. A very specific set of tastes. Well, you can always use that specific set of tastes to try to make something that's 100% yours. Another thing you can... press F to pay respects to Sherlock Holmes. He died. Yeah, but everybody just decided, Sherlock didn't die. We like him enough that he actually lived. And so now he lives, pretty much. Which is interesting. Very interesting. Sometimes people take, public domain works, and they roll them into something new. Like, here's the next story. Like how Sherlock Holmes became public domain. People just decided he didn't die so that they could continue to write more stories about him. You see stuff like, what was it? Alice in Wonderland, which still gets like movies and films and stuff, and you can always look if you want to write like a new thing. The Great Gatsby came out recently, and somebody was sitting on a prequel, ready to publish it the moment it went public domain. There is a prequel to The Great Gatsby now because it went public domain. Oh, wait. No, Sherlock Holmes was not a real wait, hold on, was he? Hold on. This is a revelation to me. Is he actually dead? Like, actually real dude dead? I was not aware Sherlock Holmes was a man. Like a real dude. He's not. No. No, can't be. He's got to be, like, based off of, like, a real guy. I know that in the books that he died. He's not a real person, is he? That'd be wild if he was. You thought he was a fictional person that lived in Victorian London. Me too! Is he real? Real man. Can you give me like a birth and death date? Like when he was born, when he died? Anyway, yeah, I forgot to say, we have reached the 4-hour mark, and this is the last load of the day. I've been talking about things, trying to, hoping to inspire you guys. I almost hit that sign. Oh, he is fictional. Okay. You're making me lose my mind. Man. Well, that does it for today. But I do want to tell you guys, whatever it is you love, that you're passionate about, Joseph Bell is the real life figure he was based off of. That's cool. It's not easy to go after what you love, and for a lot of the people who have achieved it, they were lucky, to be honest. But at least work hard enough to know that you'll be proud of what you do in your life. I'm trying to do better in my life. I'm trying to be the me that me on my deathbed can be proud of. Because someday we're all going to take the long dirt nap, and right before we reach that point, we don't want to look back with regret. The would haves, the could haves, the should haves. You don't want to reach that point. Whether you die sooner or later. You at least want to make sure that you gave it the old college try. Now maybe you succeeded, maybe you didn't. But what's important is that you gave it your best. explore all kinds of things. And this music is not, I don't think this music is really fitting for for what I'm talking about here. Just, try your best, guys, and always try to pursue new opportunities and do new things. And if you got a cool thing that you're working on, share that in the community sharing, because I think people doing the stuff they're passionate about and sharing it, that is a really cool thing. Whether it's big or small, whether it's just a small hobby, or if it's what you do for a living, or it's what you're trying to get to do for a living. I really just anywhere in between. That's important. Yeah, that's really it. I'm here trying to do better and better in my day to day. I fail here and there, but it's okay to take days off, but don't take too many days off. Because the only one who can make a change in your future is you. And on that note, thank you for watching. Take care of yourself. God bless. And you have a wonderful evening. And think about the things that I said and what ways that you can push towards your dreams, maybe make them a reality. God bless. Have a wonderful night. Take care. If you're still here, I want to say I really appreciate the love and support and the patience you guys have with me talking all kinds of motivational nonsense. I don't know if any of it matters or if any of it resonates, but I hope at least some of it does. Now a proper goodbye. If anybody stuck around. Take care. Have a wonderful night.